Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I'm onto it!
I've got it. Pickles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce.
With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
Good morning and welcome to day 4, finals day of the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. We are here for the finals, and your live stream will take in this team on court in front of you now, the South Australian Sharks taking on the ACT Buccaneers in the Division 2 gold medal match. These teams have played 4 round-robin games to qualify for this gold medal game. And South Australia has finished on top. 3 wins and 1 loss from those games. And the Buccaneers have qualified second with an even record of 2-2. The South Australians, they're on your screen at the moment. A good lineup, good team list. You can see on your screens. They're led by Michael Barry and Jatama Chinesari as their high pointers. They're alongside Zach Robertson, Jet Johnson, Caleb Crowden, Gus Fowler, Shane Brand, James Coleman and Gordon Broome. And they are coached by Andy Phillips. At the other end of the court, they'll be coming up against the ACT Buccaneers, who have split their games through the pool games. 2 wins, 2 losses. Both of those losses have come against this Sharks team, and both of their wins came against the Queensland Tornadoes. For the Sharks, 3 wins, 1 loss, as I mentioned. They've been victorious against today's opponents, the Buccaneers, on both occasions, but surprisingly dropped their final pool game when they faced the Queensland Tornadoes in a late game yesterday afternoon. Here are the Buccaneers on your screen now. A team that has a good mix of youth and experience. They'll be hoping that comes together for them today. The youthful exuberance, the pace and the speed, alongside some experienced campaigners. They have Rhiannon Billette, Hamish Baker, Antonio Vecchio, Scott Mackay, Hamish Cook, Jacob Walsh, Ruben Jerd and Kadir Faki. They've had a couple of changes from the team list that was supplied at the beginning of the tournament. So a couple of names that are different to that list on there. So Weberson de Cruz Rodriguez has not fronted up, and Ben Owens has been unavailable after the first day's play. And 2 others have come in, Vecchio and Kadir Faki, that have replaced them. They're led by Zach Field. My name is Jason Anderson, and it is my pleasure to bring this to you, and it's also my pleasure to have 4-time Paralympian, former Steeler, and a man that is still very much actively involved with the South Australian Sharks. I have Steve Porter alongside of me. Steve, looking forward to this one.
Yeah, likewise, Jason. It's been a pretty big lead-up, pretty strong lead-up for the SA Sharks coming into this one, but equally the Buccaneers have shown some pretty promising rugby, particularly yesterday. So if they can iron out some of those unforced errors, I would imagine that they would be in this with a chance.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the South Australians have been victorious in both of the clashes with the Buccaneers. They met back on day 2 on this very same court. And again, the Sharks were victorious 46-34, and then came up against each other yesterday in a 43-37 victory for the Sharks. So they bridged the gap somewhat, the Buccaneers, in yesterday's performance. But the Sharks come in off a surprising defeat to the Tornadoes. Fantastic to see the Tornadoes get a victory in their campaign before it wrapped up. Now, the players are out in position, but the referees are saying they're out in the wrong positions at the moment and need to flip around, ready for the tip-off. So everyone moves around a little, and it looks like they are now in preparation. So it will be Baker against Broome out of the tip-off. Baker gets first hands to it, but Michael Barry picks it off and then tosses over the top to Zach Robertson,
who almost went the wrong way there, Jason. So realised at the last minute, or got some instruction from the bench, but that little bit of confusion there on the tip-off spilled out onto the players there for a second, but they ended up going the right way in the end.
The old trick play. Just run it the wrong way for a moment, fool everyone, and then toss it back forward. Worked out for them in the end. There's a long ball for Billette. They've tried to find her forward. That's a play they went for quite a bit yesterday and proved to be quite dangerous, as Billette either on the end of the long ball or throwing the long ball herself. She's got a great inbound pass. That time it didn't come off, but it was something that worked well yesterday.
Yeah, SA Sharks have opted to go for that low point inbound again in James Coleman there. So always a bit of a risk in terms of accuracy, but also range. And we saw there a bit of a turnover as a result of that.
Yes, it was Vecchio that managed to pick it off. And the ball has gone out of bounds, though. The Buccaneers unable to capitalise on that opportunity. And Coleman has another go at the inbound. Finds Robertson safely. And he then goes to Barry, working his way through some traffic. Edges it over the half court just in time. And then it is a score for Barry and early break. They score the first 2 times they've gone down the floor, the Sharks.
Yeah, nice rolling screen there from James Coleman. Just made it easy for Barry. Good intercept there again.
Yeah, Barry picks it off. Robertson with the block. Keeps Baker away from it, and Barry gets through. It's a nice start. This is the gold medal game, and the Sharks are looking for 3 in a row. They were victorious here on their home court last year.
Just a little bit too much heat on that pass for Rhiannon. She's done really well for her first tournament this week. Shows some promising signs for someone who could potentially develop into Steelers' pipeline at some stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
If she wants to pursue that, but good signs early.
And she's a recent addition to the sport. Performed really strongly at the Sydney Smash recently and won the Judy Simpson Emerging Player Award within that tournament. Is someone to keep an eye on. They're going to need something from her and her teammates on this play. They'll try and get over the line and maybe rid themselves of some of these early jitters and nerves in a crucial gold medal clash. Good man to have it in the hands of in Vecchio. Experienced player, and he gets over the line, and that will help them.
Yeah, Antonio's really, the team's going to have to rely heavily on Antonio and his experience.
Oh, good contest
for this particular game. He's one of the few players that can carry, but also run those defensive plays as well. So, and he's undoubtedly the player with the most experience on that team by a long shot. They got any chance at all against South Australia? Antonio is going to have to play like there's no tomorrow.
Good bit of pressure off the inbound, but the Sharks find their way free. Robertson with a bounce pass to Barry, and he goes over, not for the first time this morning. Home crowd pleased with this start. Here's Antonio. Vecchio brings it up. Clock counting down. He's going to need to get his skates on. Good over the top pass. Finds Baker. Billette puts the block on. And he finds a pathway through. A couple of youngsters combining there. Billette and Baker. And Baker picks off the inbound pass.
It's about 3 uncustomary inbound mistakes there from James Coleman. I'm not sure if he's got a bit of an issue with his wrist or his hand, but he's just let a couple go there that have been pretty difficult to reel in. So And of course we see a bit of a fumble there as well, which is another turnover. So they've opened the door for, at this early stage, for Buccaneers to be right in with them.
They have, yeah. Coleman's had a couple of unfortunate inbounds. That last one wasn't one of them. That pass was probably where it needed to be, but Barry lost the handle and it went out of bounds. Perhaps just a little bit of that perceived pressure. Thought that there was going to be some contact or an arm coming in. Felt that pressure early in this game. There's a full card that we have for you today through the live stream. It's this Division 2 gold medal match. Earlier you would have seen footage of the juniors out on court as well. And then after this one, it's the Division 1 bronze medal match that will be contested by Victoria and the West Coast Enforcers. Looking forward to bringing that one to you as well. It's a busy card, plenty happening over on Court 1, broadcast through KO and Foxtel in Australia as well. Our attention is on this Division 2 clash that's very important to these two teams and to the crowd that's built up around the court. And Barry gets forced out of bounds, and it will create a turnover opportunity, and the Buccaneers through Mackay have the inbound pass. Vecchio position himself well, gets over the line, and we're tied up again 3.5 minutes into the first quarter. Shane Brand has checked into the game, has the responsibility of inbounding on that occasion.
Shane does have quite good speed for a 1.5 player, even though he's been around for some years and was part of the Steelers campaign for a couple of years in the early 2000s. Still maintained some of his speed, but unfortunately just wasn't able to get a strong enough pass off there, and it resulted in yet another turnover. And Buccaneers now hit the front.
Yeah, the time violation in the backcourt got the better of the Sharks on that last play. Gave the Buccaneers an opportunity, and they have taken the lead for the first time today. But the Sharks answer quickly. Buccaneers will have an inbound play. I mentioned when the team sheets were up earlier that there was a few changes. Mentioned that Antonio Vecchio wasn't on the list that was on screens, and that he had played throughout the tournament, and that Kadir Farki was another that had played for the Buccaneers and hadn't been listed on their team sheet. There's actually been another very late change to this one, where that man with the ball, the number 6 for the Buccaneers, that's Albie Everett. Albie Everett is a 2.5 classification that has been playing for the Tornadoes throughout the tournament. And through necessity, some changes have needed to be made to the Buccaneers squad to ensure that they've got a lineup that they can put on the floor in this one. So Albie Everett, for those at home that are wondering about this extra player out there. There's been some confusion with the team sheet early, so I've referenced Baker a little. Apologies if I've mixed either of those two up in the early stages, but it's Everett in the 6, Baker in the 7.
We also have Kadir Farki, who's not on the player list this morning, who competed for the Buccaneers yesterday. Out of picture at the moment, but I can see him sitting on the sideline down the end of the court there, so obviously has opted not to play, or he could be carrying an injury. But yeah, so they're also minus another 2-point player.
Yeah, and I think that's perhaps led to the change. So a late change in their squad yesterday that saw Kadir come into the squad, but then if he's been unavailable to play today, I think they've drafted in Albie Everett late so that they do have a team that they can balance and get out on the court. Now here is Everett. Offloads to Billette. And she gets over the line. So this will be really interesting to see whether they can pair up well. They haven't played together for the whole tournament. Everett is a great player to be able to bring in at the last minute, but it does unsettle things slightly.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of inbound errors from the SA Sharks at the moment. It's costing them quite a lot in terms of turnovers. Andy may want to think a little bit about his strategy there, and perhaps
good defense from Scott Mackay. They're going to need to get it over halfway, and they're aware of it and toss it forward.
Sorry, Jason, distracted there a little bit, but Andy may want to think about his strategy there and look to start to use, at least interchangeably, a mid-pointer or just a longer range inbounder, just so they're not so cramped up on the baseline and on the sideline at the inbounds.
I did see them yesterday run with some midpoint lineups for vast periods of play, the likes of Crowden and Johnson and Gus Fowler out there together at various points. At the moment, though, they've got Barry and Robertson on the court together. It's been a very good combination for them. Barry's doing the defending now against Vecchio. Vecchio looking for an option. Barry keeps those arms up. Does well, but tosses it forward. Everett gets a hold of it. Looking for an option. Tosses it back to Vecchio with the clock counting down. Finds him, and they get over with just a few seconds remaining in the shot clock. Time it was Brand inbounding, just a short one to Robertson, and then the long one over the top finds Michael Barry.
So just now is not the time to be using up the clock, and there's always that risk of a turnover here, and he's under a bit of duress, and luckily enough there Ben Owens was called for the foul, but there's always the risk of turning it over, and when they're in the situation that they're in at the moment, they've definitely left the door open, so much so that the Buccaneers are a point in front, so they don't have the luxury to be wasting time and taking ticks off the clock.
What would be the advantage to doing that? Again, I saw clear court in front of Barry and with 3 minutes on the clock at that point in time. Assumed that he would just take it straight over. What is the advantage? Why would he be thinking to slow it down in that instance?
Not sure. I did hear it was a call that Andy Phillips was yelling out from the coaching or from the bench. The only time that you may consider doing that is if you had one of your own players in the bin. You're wanting to use up a bit of time to get them back on court, but the Sharks weren't in that situation just then. There was... if you're wanting to score last in the quarter, that's another time when you may start to wind down some of those ticks. But or if you're getting late in the game and you've got a good margin. But really,
none of those are happening at the moment.
Correct. So not quite sure what Andy was thinking there.
Yeah, 8 apiece, 2:20 to play. Scotty Mackay. Okay, with the inbound, finds Vecchio. Doesn't have much space to work in. Tosses it over the top to Everett.
Good defence there. Good coverage.
And they will be called for having it for too long in their defensive area. I think the rule change on that at the international level has maybe been an 8-second in the backcourt. It appears we're playing 12 at the domestic level. The clock has been allowed to get down to 12 in the backcourt each time that they've been playing that.
Yeah, interestingly, the hand signal from the referee was 8 seconds. So
okay.
Maybe they're a little bit slow on the count.
Maybe, yeah. The shot clock is consistently getting to 28 when they've been calling that. So something for us to keep an eye on. And Barry gets through. That one will count. Maybe talk us through that one, Steve, where the ball or the chair from the attacking player doesn't necessarily cross the plane to score, but there is that contact with the defender on the line.
Yeah, that's a penalty goal in that situation there. We saw number 11 there, whose name escapes me at the moment, but was defending his in the action of scoring. Barry put his chair over the line. It's a violation to exit the court in the key area, and so so as such it was a penalty goal.
Now ball goes out of bounds deep in the Sharks offensive area, but it was last off the Sharks, and the inbound will come through the Buccaneers. Scott Mackay with the quick play, whistle past Michael Barry's ears, went to Everett, and Everett looks to pass off.
Then they're going to be late in the count, but
do get over again. Shot clock was down to 29, so it looks like they're allowing 12 to cross the halfway line, and they got it there in the nick of time, but it crossed over and spilled out of bounds. The pressure of the clock became a factor. The inbound pass doesn't get over the top, hits Vallette and goes out of bounds. So they'll retain possession, but it was another inbound pass where the Sharks have struggled. Have another opportunity, this time within closer range, directing some traffic towards the key. Decides to pass it out the other way though. Robertson gets it. Everett puts on the defensive effort. Vallette tried late across the line, but couldn't get there, and Robertson forced his way over. Sharks back in front with under a minute to play.
Yeah, it was good pushing there by Zach.
Here's Vecchio. Takes a bounce, loses the handle momentarily, but then regains, tosses it forward. Albie Everett reaching for it. Couldn't get a hold, and then some contact came from Robertson. And last touch by Everett. South Australians with an opportunity with 35 to play. Shot clock not a factor. This might be a time where they use some clock. A long ball goes forward to Barry. He looks at the clock, and that was risky, but ends up coming off. Was in two minds, I think, of whether to go over, whether to work the clock. Decided to pull up, nearly got knocked out of bounds, but then tossed it over the top and found Brand.
Now, interestingly, Jason, that would have been a time when we should have wound down the clock. As we talked about in a couple of games, one of the golden rules is score last in each quarter.
Yeah, and they've left them 20, which is a lot of time to be able to work a play.
Yeah.
Particularly with the timeout that brings them down past the half court. Now here's Vecchio getting the count down from the team. He's now left them 8, so there could be opportunity back the other way.
Yeah, and that also is more than enough time to score. Zach really should be right up the court here.
It didn't work out. The ball will go out of bounds. Probably needed to get it down a little bit quicker. The time pressure was too much in the end. So we have a very even contest as we head to the first break. It's the Sharks leading by 1. It's 11-10 in this gold medal match in Division 2. We'll take a break and be back shortly.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce?
Bruce.
all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We are back for the second quarter of this gold medal match. Division 2 action between the ACT Buccaneers and the South Australian Sharks. Buccaneers have the ball, trailing by 1, but with the opportunity to tie things up. Vecchio finds Baker. Baker tosses the ball over the top, found Cook, and then to Vecchio. He's in some traffic. Baker comes around, will loop play. Good defense from the Sharks. They were cutting down all of the options and left them with nowhere to go.
Again, a loose pass there, unfortunately from Hamish. And another turnover. Again, another golden rule, don't rush passes in the front court. And there's generally no need. They had plenty of time on the score clock, but unfortunately, again, they rushed that one and paid the price.
Yeah, it is difficult. I'm sure they felt some pressure and felt like they needed to try and force the issue somewhat, but 40-second shot clock is a generous one, particularly when you're inbounding from halfway like you do to begin a quarter. They still had plenty of time on the clock. It was around 15 seconds to go, and on this occasion, with 22 seconds still on the shot clock, felt some pressure again and forced a pass that wasn't quite there. Now here's Michael Barry. Touches it down on the floor, turns on the spot, finds an opening and gets through. That's the start to the second quarter the Sharks will be looking for. Managed to claim 2 turnovers and send them both forward for scores, and now stretch the margin out to 3. Here's Rhiannon Billette barking out some orders, calls out to Hamish Baker. Baker manages to reel in the bounce pass and steadies things up for the Buccaneers, their first score of the second term.
What I like about the way Rhiannon plays is she's very vocal out there. She's she's letting it be known in no uncertain terms when passes are are coming, or she's wanting someone in a particular position. Certainly showing some good leadership traits there, I think, for someone who's very much in the infancy of her playing career. Uncustomary fumble there from Zach Robertson. I think he'd done with it what he was going to do with it before he got it.
Yeah, Zach Robertson's been very reliable for them throughout this tournament. That is very much unlike what we've seen from him so far. He's returning alongside Fowler and Coleman, that were both part of the Victoria squad from last year. A few changes to their squad from last year's, but some returning players that are hoping to go back-to-back on home court, and 3 in a row in total.
Some good defence here. Rhiannon's been in that key for quite a while.
Managed to extricate herself from the key, avoid the penalty being paid against her, and they do get over the line. Now here's Robertson, working his way over. Clock got down to 30 on the shot clock, and then he tosses it forward.
Good recovery there from Shane.
Yeah, the loose ball was on the floor, but Brand able to pick it up and recover and work forward as Baker was trying to put the pressure on from behind. Good defense here. Baker pinned in a corner. Billette pinned behind him. had to toss the ball forward. Michael Barry picked it off. Vecchio then got a hand in and sent it out of bounds, but it was last touched by Vecchio, and therefore the Sharks will have the inbound pass, but the defence was really good on that play.
Yeah, Michael Barry there could just be a little bit cleaner with his ball control. Another fumble there from Zach.
Yeah,
maybe getting a bit overawed with the occasion, Jason.
Perhaps. There's a crowd that's building here. It's a day where the Australian Steelers will be competing for gold in the World Challenge later on, and the crowd is filtering through and building up. There is the pressure of a gold medal game. 2 uncustomary errors from Robertson. This time he's back on defence, blocks up the lane, and there's going to be a jump ball call.
It's good hands. You don't see that often with players with enough function to be able to hold the ball like that. Yeah, Michael Barry certainly as a 3-point player has got some good function there.
Yeah, good reach by Barry and from Baker from the Buccaneers that both tied it up.
3.5 rather.
Yeah, the jump ball call went the way the possession arrow was pointing the direction of the Buccaneers, so they had it and were able to inbound. That was a dangerous over-the-head pass. That needed a lot from Robertson to reel it in. And we mentioned a couple of uncustomary fumbles earlier, but that one was clean under a lot of pressure.
It was good, and that was pretty much all Zach Robertson could do there. They were getting high up in the backcourt count, so he had to make something happen, and he did.
Yeah, they've made something happen again here. The ball gets knocked free. See a lot of traffic. Also seeing your screen, Vecchio making a break. He gets forward, taps it on. That was a clever little tap, made it bounce up for Bullet, who had a clear run through.
Yeah, that was nice work from Antonio there. And Rhiannon to get out of backcourt like that.
It did look like they were in some trouble. And that pass isn't going to find the mark. There was some pressure there. Robertson was breaking towards the front court. I think that was the intended target, but the pass didn't get there. Goes out of bounds. And now some changes being made by both lineups. The 2 Hamishes check out for the Buccaneers. Cook and Baker. Coming in, Mackay and Albie Everett. Broome and Coleman are the new entrants for the Sharks. They're on defence. Broome has Villette pinned to the left of your screen. They just head off screen, but Vecchio gets through. It was good defensive work from Broome. Effectively, the ACT had to work with a points disadvantage in the other 3-on-3, but they managed to get it through. And now they should have an advantage taking the ball forward, but they are finding it difficult.
Someone's got to get in the front court, yeah.
Got over just in the nick of time is Michael Barry. Helps some contact as he goes over, but gets there. They are cutting it fine. Getting it over that half-court line.
Yeah, Rhiannon clearly using like a borrowed chair, as do many of the newer players when they're trying out the sport. I'd like to see Rhiannon in her own chair that was constructed for her. I reckon it'd absolutely add another dimension to her game. We might see that at some point, hopefully in the not too distant future.
Just more speed and power you'd expect with her own chair?
Yeah, more speed, more power, just better ability to be able to use the trunk function that she has. So, she's sitting, you can see the chair's quite wide. She's sitting very low in it. It's probably a little bit restricted with her movement. But
yeah, it does happen a bit, the sharing of the chairs. In fact, the junior games that we saw earlier, well, I'll come back to that point as there's a big tip over down towards the try line. Albie Everett goes over.
Yeah, I think a little bit self-inflicted as well. So it wasn't really as the result of a hit like it normally is. You can do that sometimes. You put the ball down in the wrong position, or sometimes you can just ride up on someone else's push rim or wheel guard and just topple over. Sometimes even lose your balance. I remember a game that I was in. I was behind the play and everything, and just happened to spin out. It's a little bit embarrassing.
Everett's back up and about though, and he's ready to play. Yeah, as he took that fall, I was making the point that the juniors have been on our screens earlier this morning and yesterday as well, and a number of those were playing in borrowed chairs, as you'd expect. For their age group, don't have their own fitted chairs, and they were trying to work their way around in some chairs that were quite large for them. It's a big thank you to the athletes who shared those and allowed the juniors to have a run, but the chairs did make it difficult for them to be as mobile as they would have liked to have been.
It's probably going to be a little bit big.
Yeah, the violation comes off the inbound. If I understand right, Steve, it's not just to actually pass the ball inbound, but it's 8 seconds for a touch. So the ball went over the top. The pass came in within 8 seconds of the count, but no touch on it.
Correct. That's right.
Some difficulty again. And Coleman, I think, just edged forward over the line there. Lost some balance at some point. Lost the handle momentarily.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on with James's glove or hand or something, because I notice he keeps kind of grabbing it, and so I suspect he's got some sort of problem there, because I play with James on during the week, and certainly haven't seen him make that many mistakes for a long time with his ball handling.
Yeah, he's a 1.5. He's got a fellow 1.5 in Shane Brand that perhaps through the course of the game might get a little bit more run time if James is having a few difficulties. Keep going to him for the inbounds though. They certainly trust him. He's had that responsibility through a lot of the tournament. That one's a better inbound pass. Finds Barry, and then it's the second pass that goes loose. Heads out of bounds. Robertson couldn't get there in time. The Buccaneers very vocal about that one. Happy with their defensive efforts. Happy with their intensity in a game where they trail by one but will have possession after this timeout that's been called. Andy Phillips brings his team in to have a conversation. And Steve, what type of advice do you think he might be giving his troops at this stage of the game?
I think just a little bit of composure is required, Jason. There's no doubt about it. They're throwing away passes left, right and centre, and that's not to take anything away from the Buccaneers. They're doing a good job defensively, but there's just too many unforced errors that are happening on the SA Sharks side at the moment. And if they're not careful, if the scoreboard is this close getting into that last quarter, I'd be a little bit concerned if I was Andy Phillips, because these unforced errors are no good's going to come out of it if they continue.
I did hear Phillips talking to his team after the Tornadoes clash, the final clash of yesterday afternoon, in which they surprisingly went down by 2 in a 53-51 result. And he was saying to his team that is probably good for them, in that they had to test themselves. That pass tested Rhiannon Billette, but she was able to reel it in as it was fired at pace right at her. But Phillips said that the learnings out of that loss were going to be important, and for them it will be important to see whether they can take those and use those in this second half that's coming up soon, because it's a tied game at the moment, and I think you're right, they don't want to give the Buccaneers a sniff, because a young plucky team, once they're up and about, they'll be hard to stop. Now here's Robertson. Again, the clock counting down. Has to force a pass. Vecchio gets a hand in, but it goes out of bounds. With limited time on the clock, Robertson had to force it. It's good defense again. Coleman with the inbound. Barry Comes at the ball handler to get that one. And then has an option over the top of Robertson. Rhiannon Billette with a nice hit, but Zach absorbs that and crosses over. Long inbound pass, mentioned earlier, she's been an option for the long pass, but also a long passer herself on many occasions. That was a nice long inbound pass to Hamish Baker, who gets forward, and then that's a bit of an unforced error that you spoke of. He had Vecchio in space.
Just another one of those rushed passes in that front court, Jason. There was no need really for for Hamish Baker to throw that pass, and it was there was no room for error because Antonio was right on the baseline. He was either going to get it or he wasn't, and so and unfortunately for them, he didn't. But again, it's one of those rules where unless you're forced to make a risky pass like that, don't in this game. It's as we've talked about in a few games, every player's got functional impairment in their upper limbs and their hands. So some passes that may look to the to the ordinary person to be pretty easy to pull in or grab, they're not for many of the players that play wheelchair rugby. And so a pass like that, you might try that if it was a last second situation, but other than that, you just don't, especially when the game is this close.
Yeah, it is a close one. It's a 2-point margin. We're into the final 15 seconds of play now. The Buccaneers will look to try and get the last score and have a margin of 1 as we go to the half.
Again, a little bit of inexperience there, Jason. I mean, Hamish could have sat in that key for another 5 seconds and, and really ran that clock down. I mean, 7.2 seconds is more than enough to score if the SA Sharks set themselves up right. But again, they're going to need someone further down. They've got no one further down in the key.
This has happened a few times, hasn't it, Steve?
It has. There's just not really any set play there.
So they're not going to score from that. It gets knocked free. And that has happened throughout the tournament a few times where they've been set up for a short clock and then haven't been able to get a long ball or a ball that enters the key at all. On that occasion, they got nowhere near it. So time expires, and at the half, the Sharks still take a lead, but it is a narrow lead of just 1. They're leading 20-19 against the ACT Buccaneers. We will take a break and come back with the second half very soon.
At Charter Care Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Charter Care Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Thanks for staying with us here on our live streamed coverage of Day 4, Finals Day of the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Division 2 gold medal game. And the South Australian Sharks, who have twice defeated the ACT Buccaneers in the pool games, they have a narrow advantage of just one at half-time. We can see their coach, Andy Phillips, barking out some instructions. Meanwhile, in the background, you might be able to hear the ACT Buccaneers very vocal, up and about as they prepare for the second half. And they are very much still in it. And would be feeling a little bit plucky and a little bit confident at the moment. They've played a good first half. My name is Jason Anderson, and I'm happy to be bringing the action to you alongside Steve Porter. Steve, we've got about 30 seconds or so until the second half will begin. What were your thoughts on that first half of action?
Yeah, look, the Buccaneers are right in it, and in part it's of their own doing and their own defensive pressure, but a significant part of the reason that they're still in this game is because of the unforced errors from the SA Sharks. It's been loose at best. So hopefully they can iron some of those things out in this back half, because if not, the Buccaneers are definitely gaining momentum.
Yeah, it's particularly been those inbounds that have been costly, and they've turned quite a few over from there. This occasion it was Shane Brand who took the inbound, and then it's Shane Brand that scores. Gets it going backwards over the line. They count any way that you get them. Yeah, here's some defence. Oh, a nice bounce pass out to find Albie Everett. It looked like the Buccaneers were going to have some trouble getting that clear. The pass was clever, and Everett managed to get onto it and have a lot of space to work into. That's a tough pass, but good reach from Robertson.
Yeah. Zach's going to need some good screen help to be able to get away from the likes of Antonio Vecchio. He's a two-pointer playing in a defensive chair. You don't see that a lot. You don't see someone with that much function playing in a low-point chair, and when they do, they are extraordinarily hard to get off of. So he's going to need some really good screen help from his lower pointers.
Is that an indicator that Vecchio is a two-pointer that's likely to have more of a defensive mindset and more of an impact on defence? I imagine that there's not the ability to change the chairs between games and modify it depending on matchups. So that's inherent in his play. That's how he's going to play each and every time.
Exactly. Yeah. So it would be rare that you would see a player bring an offensive and a defensive chair to a tournament. One of the things we haven't talked about is the cost of those chairs, and they're anything from 13,000, 14,000 right up to high teens for one of these chairs, particularly the titanium ones. So they're it's not a cheap exercise to play this game, and you've got to be pretty serious. There is some great funding support from various avenues these days, but more so than there used to be. But still, when you're starting out, working out whether you want to play this game or not, it's certainly one of the things that you got to factor in.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier about Rhiannon as an example out there that's appearing to use a borrowed chair. That's a pretty good reason for it. It's a big investment up front. So a little bit of try before you buy happening out here with some of these players. But hopefully they love the sport and stay with it and do invest in the chair in years to come.
Another turnover there, just another loose pass there from Michael Barry.
Yeah, Barry's been really good throughout the tournament. It's a New Zealand import. It's part of their development structure for the Kiwis, and they've brought over their national team, which he narrowly missed selection for. Good reach from Billette to get over the line, and then barks out some orders and fires her team up as she turns back. Yeah, Michael Barry, New Zealand development player that's shown some good signs throughout. And a lot of the offense has gone through him.
These guys are going to need to spread the court a little bit here because Zach's obviously got a better range, but he's also not a natural inbounder. And inbounding is a tougher job than you think it is for some players.
Yeah, and it has worked out that...
Especially when you're not used to it.
They got the inbound pass in, but then the error comes afterwards. And the Buccaneers have an opportunity to take the lead. Millett does it. Pressure came from Broome, but couldn't get there in time. Rhiannon Millett gets over the line and then forces a turnover and extends the margin out to 2. And have a look at that. She is fired up. Comes out, gives a big hit to Robertson on the defensive end and then takes another turnover. She is having a huge impact in the last 30 seconds of this game. And over again. That's 3 tries in a row. 2 through sheer defensive effort. Quality of work. This inbound pass came a little bit loose as well. Robertson was there to tidy up. Now the ball gets tossed forward. They have had a touch on it, so there won't be a violation on that one, and that's a nice little steadier for the Sharks. They needed that after giving up a few consecutively to the ACT. Pull one back, and then a timeout gets called. So they trail by 2, and Coach Phillips says, we've lost some momentum, and we need to have a little conversation.
Yes, I think Andy's looking at bringing on perhaps some a little bit stronger defensive capability in terms of the blockers and screeners, because at the moment our ball carriers aren't necessarily getting themselves as available as they could, and some of that is obviously the defensive pressure that the Buccaneers are putting on, but some of it is a little bit of a lack of looking for the screens when they're there as well. So let's see what lineup changes. It looks like Angus and also Caleb Croden might be coming on. Both offer a little bit more wheels and a little bit more defensive capability as well. So in the chairs that they've got, so we'll see.
Yeah, there was 6 of them gathered around, all having a listen in, but you're right. Those two-pointers enter the game. So Barry and Broome stay out there, and Croden and Fowler check into the game. It's their first appearance for the day. Now Vecchio brings it forward. Finds Albie Everett, and we will have a brief pause in play as mid-court Gus Fowler has found his way to the floor. And he'll get some assistance back up. That was off the place. Not sure how that happened. Maybe just a tangle of wheels off the play.
Yeah, Gus is also in a brand new chair, pretty much, that when you get a new chair, you definitely need to adjust things, loosen things. He's probably sitting a little bit higher than he ordinarily should. Needs to slacken off some of that upholstery, but yeah.
Scotty McKay crosses.
He's been a bit of an unspoken kind of hero in that team. He's done some fantastic things, and yeah, just from a defensive and an offensive perspective when he's been required. So yeah, I think he's made a really strong contribution over the past couple of days.
Yeah, and a valued member of the team. The team were very vocal when he crossed the line. And now Albie Everett crosses as well. And this margin is starting to creep up. Buccaneers have put some points on in a hurry. We're only 3 minutes into the third term, but they have piled on some points so far, and that pass is going to make things difficult for the Sharks as well. Ball boggles around, and Everett's the one that comes clear with it. A little offload. It was Croden that got a hand on it, and then it comes off Mackay and out of bounds. So good fortune for the Sharks as they're able to take possession.
It actually came off the head of Scott Mackay.
see some
Which you can
assistance
see
there,
here,
just caught with each other.
Sorry, Jason. There's just the SA Sharks are really bunched up. There's just not a lot of room.
Yeah, that inbound pass, I'm not sure if it was intended for Barry or whether Fowler was the target, but it didn't find either of them. Turnover comes, Vecchio gets a hold of it, and while he's in a more defensive chair, that offence was great, found a way through.
We're definitely approaching the dreaded 6.
We are, we've referenced it a few times in the call. The psychological edge of getting 6 in front, and the Buccaneers will have an opportunity. They've forced another turnover and will have it close to their line. Antonio says, I'll take the inbound. Tosses it up top. Everett, it's a loose ball.
This is a held ball there.
Contest on the floor. It's 2-on-1 as Barry and Croden surround it. And it is a jump ball.
Took a while for the ref to call that one. I would have thought that was a held ball for about 4 or 5 seconds before it was called. But
yeah, it was on the floor and in dispute for a long time. In the end, the call came, and the possession arrow points the Buccaneers' way, so they still have the opportunity to extend it out to 6.
And again here, a little bit of composure required from the Buccaneers. They're finding themselves in a place they haven't been a lot of this tournament, and that is in front by a margin of 6 now. So there's no need to rush. These guys, if they play it smart, they can absolutely win this now. So, yeah, just a bit of composure, a little bit of safety, eliminating some of those risky passes. So...
And that's a pass you were talking about earlier that isn't as easy to handle as you might think. The function of these athletes, the dexterity isn't always there. It was a long pass, fired out in front at some pace, and Fowler wasn't able to reel it in.
Yeah, there's definitely some... we've got some challenges in terms of the SA Sharks, are also the fact that a lot of these guys haven't played together. The likes of Michael Barry, Jatima, Chinasari, who's just coming on by the looks of it, but also Gordon Broom, all players that have joined just for this tournament from other states. And so, yeah, they're not familiar necessarily, or as familiar as they could be with some of the other player function and abilities. And just that, that court awareness, that kind of team awareness where your players are, how you need to pass to particular players, can be really, quite bespoke. And unless you play together for some time, you often don't know those things. So, and sometimes a player that looks like they have the capability to catch a pass in a particular way, they just don't. And so, yeah, I think the Sharks are learning all these things throughout this tournament. And, but in fairness to the Buccaneers, they're absolutely playing well right now.
Yeah, they've come together well and have an opportunity to extend the lead to 7. For those that are joining us and might not have been on the stream yesterday, you mentioned that there is a psychological element to a lead of 6. Your playing experience was always that was a number that if you were in front by that much, you probably built some confidence, and if you weren't, it started to get really difficult for you.
Yeah, particularly at state level, not so much at international, but state versus state competition, we always felt as the SA Sharks that if we got to 6, we were in a world of hurt. But yeah, but having said that, we did manage to pull those margins back on a number of occasions as well. But yeah, just made you a little bit nervous.
We have seen some momentum swings throughout the tournament, so still every hope for the Sharks. And this quarter has been high scoring. Still over 3 minutes to go in this term. Michael Barry gets caught with a reaching in foul on that one. Took some arm as he was trying to pluck the ball free. So he's going to find his way to the penalty box, and there's a real advantage for the Buccaneers at this point with a 4-on-3. Mentioned that Jatima Chinesari has checked into the game recently. She crossed just a moment ago for a try to bring the margin back to 6. She's made some immediate impact. She's a high point female player. Barry off the court. That responsibility was going to fall to her. She got involved momentarily on defence, but Hamish Baker was able to get past. Now Barry had to extricate himself from the penalty area, so he has opted to take the inbound pass. And Jatima's the right option, but the pass was off. And it rolls out of bounds. It's another of those unforced errors you've mentioned, Steve.
Yeah, you look again, Michael certainly, wouldn't be used to inbounding as a 3.5 player, but that seemed to be a fairly simple pass that went astray. So, and again, he hasn't played with Jatima before, but still, one of the things that you learn pretty early on is that you in rugby you pass to the player, not where they're going, because you can get snagged on all sorts of stuff, and and often you don't have the ability just to sidestep and grab a pass. So it's pass to them, not where you think they're going.
Yeah. Now here's a pass that's out in front. Is she going to be able to get there? She's not. She might have been able to, but it's the 8-second violation that gets called. So just as she was about to get there, the referee plucked it from the floor and said, I'm not going to give you the opportunity, because that's time. 8-second violation. And this margin continues to extend.
I think Shane Brand probably underestimating a little bit the Jatima's speed there. Or overestimating, rather.
Yeah, didn't leave her much opportunity to get there. Inbound pass was a little bit sloppy, Billette, but then recovered well to tie it up, and then finds Baker going through. And we have a margin that's starting to approach double digits. The inbound pass finds Jatima. Jatima Chinesari gets it over halfway with an ambitious pass. Vecchio does well, read the pass, cut it off, and then gets it forward to Billette. But good defensive effort there. We could see the call from the ref was an 8-second violation. That's 8 seconds down in the key, the offensive key for the Buccaneers. It was Hamish Cook that got trapped down low by Shane Brand, and that's the type of off-the-ball work that can make a big difference in this game.
Absolutely.
Now, timeout gets called. 2:30 to play in the third term. Opportunity for the Buccaneers to just regroup, talk things through, try and keep their composure. It is a fairly young squad, a couple of experienced players holding it together, but largely a young team. Would no doubt be very excited with where they sit at the moment as 9-point leaders with 2.5 to go in this quarter. The premiership quarter it's often referenced to in the local Aussie rules, and it has proven to be that way in this game as well. A very important third term where the Buccaneers have managed to put a break on after trailing by 1 at the half. Sharks now claw one back. Here's Baker in the backcourt. Jatima does well. Traps him in. Forces a long ball forward. And Michael Barry just about had it. You can see the frustration with himself. He was ready to pick it off. Had hands to it, but couldn't quite control. Vecchio regains the handle. Finds Billette. Those other little critical moments could turn this game if Barry was able to grab a hold and turn defence into offence and cut the margin. But he couldn't, and with the clock winding down, shot clock got down to 5. Buccaneers were vocal from 10, counting it down so the players knew what was happening. There's a shot clock at each end of the floor so the players can also see that. And they got over with 5 to spare. Now here's Jatima Chinasari with some open court. Baker tried his best. Well done, Jatima. Gets over the line. She's had an impact since coming on.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit more confidence. I think the team are learning how to pass to her a little bit better as well. So, yeah.
She's very new to the sport. This is, I believe, her first tournament of this nature. So there is still some getting used to each other out on the court. They've had 4 pool games before reaching this final. The Buccaneers counting down now. The shot clock gets down to single figures, and Vecchio had his lane cut down. Needed to look for a passing option, couldn't find it. It got picked off, and the Sharks come back the other way quickly. Cut it back to 7. If they could get it to 5 or even 6 at the final break, that would help a lot.
Yeah, this also dropping back to key is really not a great strategy for the SA Sharks right now. They're well behind. They really need to be applying defensive pressure. Good hit there from Michael Barry, just at the right time. Forces a bit of a turnover there, so that's good. The Sharks really need to be scoring last here. They've got possession in the next quarter, so that'll make it a 2-point play, and then potentially bring this margin back down to 6 as they go into the last quarter.
Let's see if they can do that. That pass is not going to help. Had the opportunity, but again, forced the issue. Forced the pace. Threw a long ball forward. It was too ambitious and went out of bounds. So that clock management didn't happen on that occasion, and now the Buccaneers will have an opportunity. They're getting some instructions from their sideline to say settle things down and to chew up the clock. Smart players to get over the line with a second or 2 remaining and give the Sharks nothing to work with. Sharks have set up the key defense. It's Barry up top putting the pressure on while 3 others sit back. Countdown starts from the people around the stadium, and Baker thought he saw a gap, went for it as the clock went down into single figures, but just caught the line.
Looks like he might have a flat tyre, actually, Jason. That's why he slid sideways there. When your tyres are flat or you get a flat tyre, what winds up happening is your chair sits down on the anti-tip casters at the back, and so you basically can slide sideways, and I think that's unfortunately what's happened there to Hamish. So bad luck for them, but I mean, look, the last couple of plays, or the last several plays, they've been able to apply enough defensive pressure to get a turnover, so they may well be able to do that here and get the ball back. But a little bit of luck there probably for the Sharks on that occasion.
Yeah, you can see Baker shake his head as he wheels off. Feels very unlucky about that one. Now, into single figures on the shot clock and the game clock. Barry comes over with speed. He's going to need to pass it off because he's not going to get there in time. Cops a big hit from behind from Baker, and the clock will run out. They've been unable to get there in the 9 seconds they had available to them. So they will have a deficit of 7 heading into the final term. We'll be back for a big finish to this one. The Sharks came in favourites. Will need to have a massive last term, but they are capable of it. So stay with us. We'll be back very soon.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
We return to fourth quarter action in this gold medal game. Division 2 contest between the Sharks, looking for 3 in a row against the Buccaneers. Buccaneers finished at the bottom of the table in Division 2 in 2024 and are looking for a big turnaround to try and win this one. And the Sharks had possession to open the final quarter, an opportunity to bridge the gap, but the Buccaneers again have been able to set up defensively, force an error, force a ball loose, and they now take possession, but they're in some difficulty trying to clear half court.
Yeah, they're going to run 8 seconds here, I think.
Yeah, the clock ticks down and they don't get over.
At 40 seconds.
They've reset the shot clock quickly. I think it's still been 12. They've been generous with them. This time, Coleman's come back into the game. A few issues in the first half with some of those inbounds. This one's reliable though. Robertson in some traffic, looks for Barry, and that's a score that they needed.
That's better control there from Zach Robertson with the ball handling. That was good.
Now the inbound is forced to Mackay. He finds Everett though, does well. And then Vecchio's over the top, and they're not going to reel him in. So the Buccaneers answer back very quickly.
Yeah, having someone there like Albie Everett, who's just able to place that pass just nicely into the front court like that, does make a lot of difference. Certainly, he's having an impact in this lineup today.
Yeah, Everett's a player that has been fronting up for the Tornadoes in previous game. He's a Queensland-based player and somebody that is developing, and they're having a close look at him across the games that he's been playing. And a highlight of his game has been those long arms, the big levers to be able to get it up over the top and get some clearance. Now they're going to need him to do something pretty good on this occasion because the clock is winding down again. That pass is very good. Vecchio made a break, got to the right spot, and Albie Everett found a pass that was spot on, and then Vecchio chews up a few seconds before crossing the line as well.
SA Sharks would do well not to foul as well, so keeping reaching to a minimum wouldn't be a bad strategy, because if they get called for fouls, then as we've talked about in a couple of games, the clock gets reset to 40 and Queensland get to run a 4-on-3 offence and pretty much burn most of that time.
Yeah, and most times when you've got the player advantage, they will score. So anytime they give that up and then give more clock for the Buccaneers to be able to use, it won't be helpful, as Barry thought he had a clear path. The block came late from Scott McKay. He's somebody that you've referenced on the defensive end a few times, Steve. And he forces a turnover.
Yeah, just looking there at Zach Robertson, got stuck in the key there, unfortunately, for the 8-second limit. So, yeah, turnover there.
Yeah, Vecchio, I think, had him pinned in the key, and Robertson was parked down there for too long. Now, speak of the devil, Vecchio, the inbound pass was a hot one, fired at him, but good hands. Then the pass is a little off. Robertson tried to force a quick pass over the top when he regained possession. Probably had more time and could have reset things a little bit more, and Mackay got the arms up and blocked it out.
Yeah, they've just got to stop rushing things. like early on their defensive signs are good, but on almost every occasion they've given it straight back. So, and again, they almost get a turnover.
Vecchio drew a crowd. That loose ball was in dispute, so they all raced for it. And then Gillette was clever. She broke away from the traffic and became an option. And then gets it forward of the play. And a loose handle on the inbound. I think you're right,
Yeah,
Steve.
just uncustomary. There's,
Coleman's just
something
struggled
not
with
quite
that.
right with James today, I don't think.
That pass is better, although Vecchio trailed Barry in and reached in from behind, but took nothing but ball. Comes off him last, and the Sharks will have possession. Coleman again, difficult inbound position, deep in their own defensive area, in the corner. That's a good inbound pass, finds Robertson. Across the court, he had some room to move, but that's shut down quickly. Now he's got to get it over the line. The clock will beat them. And the turnover comes. Gillette had it, threw it forward to Vecchio. Things going the way of the Buccaneers. Ball came loose, came off frame, could have been anyone's, but McKay picked it up.
But again, you know, Scott McKay was pivotal in that play again. Seems to be able to get his hands to balls and catch balls that you know, you would normally see a you know, a 1.5 player probably struggle a little bit with. So yeah, he's been really key in terms of the Buccaneers' performance today.
Yeah, he's been very impressive, as has Rhiannon Billette. Who puts the pressure onto Robertson, forces him over the line, and the Buccaneers will take possession again, the lead at 11.
Yeah, Rhiannon, like her competitive spirit, and her ability, just in this tournament over the last couple of days, she's just gone from strength to strength. And I've said a couple of times, I can only see you know, good things you know, happening for Rhiannon if she continues to want to play this game and. And develop and continue to develop. So,
yeah, this feels
and
like
get her own chair.
Yeah, that'll be a huge help too.
Yeah.
But this feels like it's been her best performance of the championships, and what a time to bring it out in the gold medal game. And while there's still around 4 minutes to play, it really appears that she's going to lead this side to a gold medal.
Yeah, the energy as well. Like you know, she's vocal. She's passionate about what she's doing. She's definitely definitely lifting that team.
And with the recent rule changes with the female classifications and a full point reduction for the high pointers, such as Rhiannon, that's a huge advantage as well. Gets them the ability in this game to put Vecchio and Everett out there alongside, and McKay as well with them. It just gives them a lot more flexibility and a stronger lineup to have a female with a full 1 point reduction.
Yeah, and this is more akin to what you would see normally. If a team gets that sort of margin, they drop back into a key defence like that. It just tends to just help burn a little bit more time off the clock. There might have been a 4 in the key violation there, but
looks like it.
Might be a wheel.
Also called for some technical assistance. It's for Rhiannon, I think. Yeah, she points to that left wheel. Says I need some running repairs on that. The game pauses. 3:30 to play. It's a double-digit margin. The Buccaneers would be feeling very confident at this stage. These young players would be extremely excited. mentioned that the key defence was a good tactic to have when you're in a commanding position in front with not long to play. You can see all of the Buccaneers on our screen together at the moment, and that's because the Sharks, in contrast, have had a key defence at the other end of the floor, and not sure about that play, Steve.
Yeah, no.
Vecchio finds his way through that key defence and scores. The ball came loose, but it was after he crossed over.
No, the only way the Sharks have got any chance of being able to get back in this game, and it would be extraordinarily difficult with only 3 minutes to go anyway, is to press really hard. Dropping back in the key is just gives the Buccaneers just that opportunity to take all the time they need to score. That whole 40 seconds. But yeah.
Particularly in a game where we've seen difficulty bringing it over the half court, and that's an example of it as it fortunately gets through, and Everett's going to collect it and get over the line, but Buccaneers were having some trouble getting it over the half court, and that key defence essentially allows an easy path to be able to bring it up over the half, and then you've got a shot clock to work with.
Exactly.
Now it's back in.
Traps for young players.
Yes.
So to speak. So, I'm sure in the debrief of all this for the SA Sharks, there'll be some things that they'll want to tweak in their game as we go forward.
Yeah, and games have had big momentum swings, but the tournament itself has had some big swings in momentum. And it just seems like the Sharks have lost momentum as it has gone on. They had a commanding 18-try victory against the Tornadoes in their first outing, and then got up by 12 against this Buccaneers outfit in the second clash that they've had in the tournament. But then, since then, they've just lost momentum. They had a narrow victory against the Buccaneers the second time around, then lost to the Tornadoes in their final pool game, and the momentum has disappeared. And in contrast, the Buccaneers have got better and better as the tournament has gone on.
Yeah, they definitely have. And, we talked yesterday, Jason, about them, looking quite good on paper. And admittedly, they don't have Kadir in their lineup today, but, I think they've finally managed to, to iron out a few of their challenges and start to play to their potential. So
they have 2 minutes to play in this one. 2 minutes away from a gold medal in this Division 2 final. And get it over to Vecchio. He's forced to pass it forward quickly before the half-court time was running out. Did so. Baker gathers and gets over the line. The Buccaneers, they have built as the tournament's gone on. They're a completely new look lineup. None of these players were out there last year, although Vecchio may have been, now that I've said that. He was a late inclusion into this lineup and may have made an appearance for them last year as well, but otherwise I don't believe there's anyone out there that appeared for them last year. So they've combined better as the tournament has gone on. They've got more familiar with each other. Last year they had Cooper Blackwood in their team, who has gone through some development pathways quite quickly and finds himself in a Steelers squad this year.
Yeah, and that's, not completely unusual if, players are offered these opportunities to develop through Division 2 and then into Division 1 and have a classification and a set of attributes that, that's beneficial or complementary to the Steelers lineup, then it's not unheard of that these things happen.
Yeah, and for particularly some of the younger athletes in the team, likes of Villette and Baker and perhaps Everett that's played for them today as well, they would be viewing something like that and seeing an opportunity for the future. But let's not look too far forward. We've got a minute to play, or just under a minute to play in this one. There's a loose pass, trying to force the issue down low. Good to see as well that, sorry Steve, I was going to say good to see as well that the Buccaneers have been able to make a few changes. Jacob Walsh has come into the game, getting some more run deep in this game as well. He's played some important minutes throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I was just going to say that last pass play there was pretty much indicative, I think, of the SA Sharks game this morning. There's only so many unforced errors that you can get away with, and they've certainly had their fair share this morning.
Yeah, they're not going to get away with them in the end.
No.
It is going to be a Buccaneers victory. They're working some clock here. There's 20 on the shot clock. There's 27 on the game clock. And a loose ball has entered the field of play from the teams warming up in the background. See a number of athletes warming up and preparing in the background.
They're going to have to let that... Oh, that's a bit of an interesting scenario. I've never seen that before. Ball rolled in from another court. There was 19 on the shot clock, or on the score clock. The score clock then subsequently got reset, which normally only happens if there's a foul. Yeah, anyway, it's going to be immaterial in the scheme of things.
The Buccaneers had the opportunity to wind down the clock right down to 0. Yeah. In the end, the ball comes free, and Robertson gets a consolation try just before the full-time siren. The Buccaneers will advance the ball with 1 second left on the clock. And in fact, the referees say, no, we're not advancing it. They take it back to the back court, and the ball will be tossed back in, and it will conclude our game. Billette has the last pass inbound to Vecchio, and the siren sounds to complete this Division 2 gold medal match, and it's the ACT Buccaneers. They'd lost twice to the Sharks in the lead-up games and turned it around with a huge victory in the gold medal game. A victory of 45-37. Had a number of great contributors. We see on our screen there, Rhiannon Billette working through at the front of the line for some handshakes at the end of this game and some high fives given out. She was superb. Scotty Mackay is at the back of the line, and he'll come through your screen soon. I thought his game was important. Steve, a number of great contributors and an overall great performance from the Buccaneers.
Yeah, definitely. I think Scott was probably the most consistent player for the Buccaneers throughout their campaign this tournament. As we see there, Rhiannon suitably impressed and happy with that victory, and they should be. They've improved, significantly throughout the course of this tournament, and they deserve the win that they got today.
Yeah, a great performance and a great victory from the Buccaneers. Congratulations to them. They are our gold medalists in Division 2. Well earned with a great performance on Day 4, Finals Day, here at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It was our pleasure bringing it to you. We'll head to a break, and then we'll be back with a bronze medal game from our Division 1 contest. Stay with us, and we'll be back after this break.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Printing! I'm onto it!
I've got it. Pickles. Sir squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce. With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
At Chartercare, we're more than a business. We're here to help you live life to the fullest. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
We are back live and in play as the quick changeover from our Division 2 game into our Division 1 bronze medal game. has happened, and our bronze medal game sees the West Coast Enforcers, the team possessing the ball at the moment, coming up against the Victoria Protect Thunder. The Thunder, a couple of victories in the round robin games. West Coast had just the one victory across the qualifiers, but it was enough to get into this bronze medal game. Looking forward to this one. My name is Jason Anderson, and I'm alongside Steve Porter again for this action. Steve, a couple of early scores here. You can see a nice pace to this game already.
Yeah, you got some quality players in this game too. You've got Zion Reddington, developing player from the US. He's just gone from strength to strength this tournament. A pretty exciting player to watch as well. You've got Stu Robinson from the UK, gold medalist in his own right. You've got also Robin Lambert. She's also from Steelers campaign. So and you've got low pointers of the likes of Jake Howe, who's also ex-Steelers as well. So yeah, it's going to be a great game.
It is some high quality lineups.
Just scored.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jason. Yeah, played with him myself, and he's a pretty extraordinary player.
Yeah, I went the big call on day one and said that I suspected the Victorians might go all the way in this one because of the strength of their lineup. Stu Robinson and Jaden Warren. It's a couple of high pointers. It's a great combination to have. In the end, they haven't gone all the way, but yeah, two very strong squads. We didn't have time to get the team lists up on your screen earlier with the quick transition between games, but if we quickly run through them, the team possessing the ball at the moment is your Victorians, and that's Stu Robinson in the 3. In the squad for the Victorians alongside him are Jaden Warren, Weberson, De Cruz, Rodriguez, Andrew Harrison, Kadir Farki, Will Tahini and Ben Fawcett, as there's some congestion down low. Ball spills free, but the Victorians will keep a hold of it.
Yes, we see enforcers there just dropping back into that key defence, and it was strong. I think Stu thought he might be able to muscle through that, but there was just a little bit too much there.
If there's anyone that can, you'd expect it to be him. He is a brute of an athlete, and in the end they do find a way over. The enforcers will inbound now and take a quick look through their lineup. They are led by Reddington, the man that has the ball on your screen, alongside Robin Lambert, Rodolfo Fernando Polidoro. Antonio Vecchio is on their team sheet, but of course played in the Division 2 game previously, so isn't making an appearance in this one, but he's got a gold medal around his neck from that previous game. Ben Lourdes, Ash Tressida, Jake Howe and Cam Wales round out their squad. We come back to the live play, and there's Jaden with a pass to Stu Robinson. Absorbs some contact, finds a lane through. Big hit from Lambert came late, but not enough to put a stop to Stu, the athlete that's made the trek over from the UK.
Yeah, we've also got Will Tahini in there from who's a fellow South Australian. Great experience for him to be able to play with some of these world-class wheelchair rugby players. So,
yeah, he was part of the Victoria Sharks team last year when they took out the Division 2 title. And he's just witnessed them struggle in their efforts to win it again, and they didn't get over the line without him. But he'll be hoping he can have his own success in this tournament with a bronze medal in Division 1. It's a great opportunity for him to go up to that level. Now here's Jake Howard, the inbound pass to Lambert, and then quickly on to Reddington. Key defence is set.
Yeah, Reddington probably a little bit more used to playing against a key defence. Coming from the States, they have a massive club team competition over there that's very, gives those players just so much more ability to get the practice and the training and play against world-class athletes, much more so than we do down here.
Yeah, he's a prospect. He's from the US, and last year at the tender age of 18 was selected for their Paralympic Games squad and helped that squad to bring home a silver medal. The youngest player to ever compete in the US Wheelchair Rugby Paralympic team. As on our screen we see Jake Howe, take a big fall to the floor.
Yeah, again, one of those self-inflicted ones, but you can see there that he did a magnificent job in pulling that pass in, but just didn't have that trunk strength to be able to pull himself back into the seat. But magnificent catch for a guy, who's a one-point player. You can see why he's, why he's ex-Steelers campaign and the value that he can add.
Yeah, he's a gold medalist in World Championships only a few years ago. An extremely talented player. Competed in last year's Paralympics in the bronze medal winning team there as well. So a few adjustments made here. And it looks like he's up and going now. The Victorians with an inbound. We've played 3 minutes in this first quarter of this bronze medal game. The Victorians have a lead of 7-5. And Stu Robinson looking to extend that out and does so. Victorians were successful against this West Coast outfit earlier in the tournament. They'll be hoping that they can have the same success again today. They've gone to the key defence again. Reddington tries to force his way through. It's getting locked up down there, and Robinson gets a hand in and claws it free.
Yeah, you can just see that, that trunk there of Stu Robinson, just enabling him to be able to just get that reach in, and that's just that advantage that a lot of the amputee players have, is that core, strength and ability to, and trunk strength and ability to be able to reach, that far. You just don't expect that from a normal, from your average wheelchair rugby player.
Yeah, and Reddington, after having it stripped from him, tried to fish it straight back, but caught a lot of arm and finds his way to the penalty box as a result.
Yeah, what you're seeing here is that Stu's just trying to give his teammates a bit of a chance to isolate one of the high point players, and they probably wasn't quite as successful as he would have liked, but
in the end, Reddington was the free player coming out of the penalty box, and the inbound pass came to him, and then he's worked his way forward and scored. They put their attention to Lambert off screen and took her out of the play, but Reddington was too good, and once he had it, found an easy path through. And now Warren finds himself an easy path through.
Yeah, again, when you've got someone who can pass that kind of length and lob it like that, it's it's a bit of a luxury.
And again, we see the Victorians setting up deep in defence. It's a clear tactic that they have. The Forces bring it up without any issues, so easily bring it up, but then they will find themselves some congestion. You see in your screen now as they come down the court. There's a big hit, and then a bullet pass from Zion Reddington finds Lambert, who goes over the line. Then the inbound came off the hands of Fawcett, but Warren tidied it up. Gets an impact from Tressida. He fires one forward. Reddington tried to get his hand in there again, and for the second time in a short space of time will find himself in the penalty box. So the Victorians will have a player and a points advantage on the floor.
Yeah, Reddington, he's going to want to try to reduce the amount of hands fouls that he's getting called for, because every time he's in the bin, these guys are going to milk the clock for a start, and then secondly, it's just making it so much easier for them to score.
Yes, Stu Robinson takes the opportunity to go over. Took a little bit of clock. I think he saw that Warren had set himself up at the penalty box, making the path for Reddington on a difficult one. So decided that that was enough for him to take it over the line. But then a timeout is called. We can see the enforcers on your screen. They're getting some advice and some help. Adrian Walsh is their coach. And they're working through a few things as they trail by 4 with 3 minutes to play. You can see in the background a score of 11-7 in favour of the Victorians. 3 minutes to play. What's it like as an athlete in this spot, Steve, where these teams have met earlier in the tournament and the Victorians won reasonably comfortably? What's it like if you're one of the enforcers players, and what's the mindset of maybe being able to throw a different look out there or something different tactically you can do? What do you have to try and do to motivate yourself and find a way that you still think you can overcome the earlier loss and have a win in a medal game like this?
It's really, it's just going back to having a look at the various strategies that you're employing, and particularly defensive strategies, and whether trying a different approach might be a little bit more successful. Here with a high point inbounder like Jaden, it's he's got big range. It's really hard to corral someone like Stu Robinson. So it's in some ways it's about just conceding that they're probably going to score, and just focusing on getting out of backcourt. Keep yourself on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and we have seen in the earlier game, the Division 2 game, that the Buccaneers had lost twice to their opponents, the Sharks, in the earlier games, but then turned it around for victory in the medal match. And we also saw in that game that the Sharks jumped to a little bit of an early lead, much like the Victorians have here, and then coughed it up. The Buccaneers came back and managed to come back and win. And the West Coast enforcers will be looking to do something similar here. That one there, Lambert just couldn't get a good read on where the ball was. It was bouncing around, took a moment to try and track it, and then because of that, it just was out of reach when she was trying to cross over the try line. Now Reddington put some speed on show on the defensive side, getting back to cover, but it came too late. Robinson will score, and we have referenced a few times now through our coverage a margin of 6, a psychological buffer. Unusual to see it come this early in the game. Victoria have got out to that, and WA come back to reduce it to 5 pretty quickly, so that helps.
Yeah, it does, and you can just see comparatively just the speed in this game. With the genuine high point players that are in it. Jake Howie unfortunately just should have closed the other side of that trap, but just enabled Jaden to get out and get that pass off. But the speed here, just next level compared to that Division 2 game that we just witnessed.
Yeah, there's been a pace in this game already. It is a step up from Division 2 to Division 1. I mentioned earlier about Will Tahini as an example. The tournament doesn't always just go with state lines. There is an opportunity to move about within different teams, and particularly when a player is playing well at Division 2 level, to go and represent a different team in Division 1, as we see here. A good defensive effort. Robinson didn't have anywhere to go. Reddington got a hand in. Unfortunately for the enforcers, it was last touched by them. So Victoria will retain possession. The enforcers, good defence, and they need more of that. Trying to force the ball free, force a few turnovers, put some pressure on the ball carrier. They tried it there, but the pass was good from Robinson, found Warren over the top. We're under a minute to go. Jake Howe is there with the ball, finds Reddington. And some traffic. Has to get the long ball over. It was a powerful long pass, but just asked a little bit too much. of Ash Tressida.
It had some heat on it.
Yeah, the power from Reddington was impressive, but a little misused, perhaps.
Tressida, yeah, it was going to be a long shot for him to be able to pull that one in, but
Robinson finds a path through. And with 34.8 on our clock here, WA will be looking to try and get the last score. Shot clock has been switched off. Use some clock. Oh, this is going to be difficult again. This time the long ball.
It's a great pass.
It is. It's a powerful pass. This time Howe gets onto it. And he's going to have a look at the clock. Saw some pressure coming. Decided to go over. So there's 18.4 to play. That does provide Victoria with an opportunity to score. The inbound pass finds Robinson. And he spins around. Took a glance at the clock as he did so. Takes another look at it now. Just pulls up a fraction. Waits for some help to arrive. In the end, there was no help really needed. There was no blocker. There was not much ahead of him. He just went one-on-one with Reddington and forced his way forward and found the line.
No, he ended up using one of the West Australian Buccaneers, the West Australian enforcers, West Coast enforcers in Ashley Tressida just to screen off Zion Reddington.
Yeah, it was clever play.
Showing his experience there.
Yeah. Now, Reddington forced a really quick inbound, but there was, I believe, a timeout called before that. So they've reset the clock. It goes back to 2.2 on the clock. And it advances the ball. Jake Howe will have the ball, and we can see this is a real contrast from what we saw in the last game, that everyone is packed in the key. We're looking for a long toss in, but it's not going to work. It falls about a metre short. Robinson picked it off, tosses it back to the ref, and that is the end of the first term. The Victorians with a handy break. They're up 18-11, and we will be back after this break.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I'm onto it.
I've got it. Piggles. Sir Squeaks a lot. Bruce.
Bruce.
With all the latest tech, make bigger things happen.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Thank you for staying with us on day 4, finals day of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge held here in Adelaide in South Australia. We are taking in the bronze medal clash in the Division 1 National Championships between the West Coast Enforcers, the team in possession of the ball, the team in yellow, against the Victoria Protect Thunder, the team in that blue singlet on defence. West Coast found their way through. They need an impressive second quarter. They take a fairly large deficit into the first break. see a man with the ball now in Weberson de Cruz Rodriguez. He's a Brazilian import development player that's come over with the Brazilian squad that are on court at the moment in a bronze medal game in the World Challenge event. And Rodriguez gets over for a try.
Good speed there from Polidoro on that defence a second ago for a 2.5 player. That was a good burst of speed.
Yeah, he's another of those imports. Development player again from Brazil. They've brought over an extensive squad. They've got 11 or 12 in their national squad that are on show in a bronze medal game in the World Challenge at the moment. But then a couple of extras in their development lineup that have made the trek over from South America. And on that occasion, it was Polidoro getting the assist over the top to Reddington. Albeit Brazil are leading the other game currently, the bronze medal clash. They've been impressive. They played against our Steelers in a late game yesterday in a really closely contested game. As again, that man Polidoro, the Brazilian, gets over the line.
Yeah, it was a great grab. It was right at the end of his reach. So he did well to pull that in.
Of course, adds a lot of depth to the tournament to have some of these international players come over. It is brilliant to see the Steelers playing on home soil for the first time since 2018. It's been a long stretch where they haven't been able to play on the home hardwood. But it does take a number of players out of the national championships. But when we see the likes of Stu Robinson coming across to play, Rodriguez, his teammate, and then Polidoro and Reddington are out there. There's 4 imports on the court at the moment. That adds real depth and class to this national championships Division 1. And West Coast, they've started strongly. Margin has been cut back to 5. And now it's Polidoro.
They've got a little bit better balance in terms of their ball carrying versus blockers with this particular lineup. But they've also got better defensive coverage with against the protect lineup as well. The enforcers.
Yeah, you mentioned that Polidoro's speed on defence earlier. That's a real asset to have. And now another good defensive effort where I think the Victorians were trapped down in their defensive key.
Yeah, Kadir Farki getting knocked over the line.
So yeah, a couple of changes to this West Coast lineup from what they predominantly ran in the first term. Polidoro is a man we've spoken about quite a bit. He's entered the game. Alongside him is Cam Wales, that has also checked in. Cam is making his Division 1 debut in this year's tournament and making an impact. Reddington, a little offload over the top. Finds that Brazilian import again, and it's back to 3.
Yeah, it was good hands there from Polidoro again, but risky passes in the key. So sooner or later they're going to come unstuck if they're going to run those sorts of plays. But anyway, it's worked so far.
And again we see some defensive effort. Kadir had the arms upstretched, trying to take that high ball, caught contact at just the right time to disrupt that. Ball comes free. There's the last touch by Kadir, which means the enforcers will take the inbound. It's Jake Howe right in front of us.
Yeah.
Goes to Wales. Good take, then an offload to Reddington. Yeah, he's looking for an option. Has one with a long ball over the top. Polidoro tried to go back to Reddington. Took some...
Just a bit of a rush pass there. Probably wasn't necessary. He had a bit more time than he probably thought he did. Again.
Yeah, they moved it over the half court and had some time. It was around 30 on the shot clock when they got over. But yeah, then the inbound pass. Got a hand in. cause a disruption, and Victoria turn it over. Well, they create the turnover, and they gain possession. And how about that? A through ball, if you like, finding Robinson heading towards the line, and Warren placed it perfectly.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit careful. Both Jaden Warren and also
Distracted a little bit by the play down on the line there. And Victoria get over for a score, but there was some great play from a few individuals. Firstly from West Coast to try and maintain possession, and then it got knocked free. Victoria did well.
Jake Howie was well over the line. Surprised that referee Terry Vineyard didn't either notice that or seem to let it go. So, yeah.
It was Johnny on the spot. He was about a metre away from it, so I was surprised he didn't see it. Speed of Reddington. Tracks that one down. And asks a bit of Polidoro, but he reaches and gets there. Cops some contact from Warren. Places it down on the floor.
Just need to be a little bit careful because both Warren and Robertson have, again, strong trunk strength, and they're able to reach in from quite a distance away. And it's something that, as I said before, players aren't generally used to in wheelchair rugby. So, the ball protection is going to have to be really strong.
Yeah, there's been an element of risk. It's come off so far for the Enforcers. They have bridged the margin, clawed their way back closer, but there has been an element of risk to it. I've heard some of that defensive talk mentioned around Team Netherlands that are coming up against the Steelers later today in the gold medal game in the World event. But some of their hand function and ability, or as we see some contact here, Robinson goes over.
Fantastic push there by Polidoro. Fantastic speed against an accomplished 3.5 player. So he did fantastic job to intercept that pass. So.
Yeah, that was a great bit of play. We paused now to let Robinson back up, but positioned himself well, pushed off, managed to get possession, and West Coast will have an opportunity to bring it back in. And I was just saying that the Dutch team, I've heard a lot of feedback about how they've been able to surprise the Steelers. They were victorious against the Steelers in their pool games with an ability and some hand function to be able to reach in and claw that ball out really cleanly that caused us, the Australian team, some challenges. It's a little bit the same in this one. You're mentioning that particularly Jaden and Stu are able to get in there with their trunk strength and reach and claw out the ball at times. It's an asset to have on your defensive end.
Yeah, it is absolutely. That speed, the manoeuvrability, and the, again, we see some great speed there from Polidoro just to put some pressure on. Will's going to have to push pretty hard to get that.
Yeah, it asked a little too much of him. Robinson was close to the line, and Polidoro initially, and then Reddington coming over with some more contact. Forced the pass. Really good defence, and Polidoro has stood out since coming on in this term.
Yeah, Will Tahini was actually in hospital only about a week and a half ago with an infected elbow bursa. So for him to even be out there on the court today is pretty remarkable, and he's probably not pushing as well as he normally would. And you can see that he's got the bandage there on that left elbow. But he was in hospital for the best part of a week on IV antibiotics. So pretty outstanding that he's here.
Heavily bandaged is that left elbow of his. But that's an outstanding effort to make that recovery and be here. And elbow's certainly one of those joints that takes a lot of energy through it in a game of wheelchair rugby. Here's the Enforcers bringing it up over halfway. Polidoro touches it down, dangerously close to the halfway line. Not knocked over, at least not yet. Edging closer towards it, and in the end the pressure was immense. Forced him into a pass that didn't come off.
Yeah, it was that was massive pressure from the protect under there. Would have been difficult for anyone to get out of that situation, especially with the the 3 and the 3-5 pointers that sitting high in their chairs with the big breach. You got that pressure of the halfway line behind you. Been in that scenario a few times, and it's not nice.
No. This time that's a big ball over the top, and it gets there. It was asking a bit of Polidoro again. Started with Jake Howe with a big thump from the inbound. Reddington with pace to get back. Robinson thought he was through.
It's outstanding pace.
Yeah, excellent pace to get there and stop the initial effort of Robinson, but then Tahini was able to be in the right position as well. Put a little block on, give Robinson an ability to hook around back to the centre court and find his way over. There's Polidoro.
Using his screens well. You see the probably 2.5s, your 2s, generally not going to take on the higher point players one-on-one. There's very few players that can do that in those point classifications. They're just with the reduced function in comparison. So you'll see that the use of the screens or the blockers in the 2-5 and the 2s is a lot more prominent than what you'll see with those higher point players.
I guess there's an element of court vision that comes with that as well. Gaining possession and then looking up court and seeing where those blockers are and where the laneways might be. And that comes with more experience in the sport and understanding the right place to then attack.
Yeah, that situation there, they could have had Stu Robinson trapped in that key. Unfortunately let him out, so you can almost guarantee he's going to do some damage here, as he has.
Yeah, that's a big over-the-top ball that finds Warren. Yeah, he just slows it down and then waits for Robinson to come through. Clever bit of play. Might have been some thought with the momentum of that long ball over the top to try and attack the try line, but decided to hold up, waited for Robinson to get there. Now the inbound, Polidoro with a good gather, gets the applause of his teammates and the fans that are gathered around. And he's over. We are down to the last 90 seconds in the second period of this one. Victoria with a 4-point lead.
Interestingly, Polidoro looks like he's running 26-inch wheels. Something that we used to see, or he may not be, but something we used to see some years ago. You see Jaden Warren also running 26-inch wheels. A little bit quicker, arguably top end, but slightly slower at the bottom, just because you got more wheel to crank as you're getting off the mark.
26 slightly larger. What are the standard that most of these athletes would be running with?
Most of these guys on 24s or 25-inch wheels. But you can see that Jaden's wheels just slightly bigger.
So we might have an
Sits a bit
opportunity
higher,
soon.
longer arms. Yeah.
Whether Polidoro's got them or not, he's certainly showing some top-end speed as we see big contact off the play. Reddington against Robinson, creating a pathway. And all fair and above board, I think, and the try will count. It will, so it'll be inbounded from the back of the court by Warren.
See Ben Fawcett there has done a few fantastic behind-the-scenes things. just again with that depth of experience, just seems to always be in the right place at the right time for that all-important block. And he's probably arguably got the best beard in wheelchair rugby as well. So.
I can see in the distance, might not see it. Well, as we pan across, you can see Fawcett on the big banners in the background, top of your screen. So they've used him for some of the promo material. They've loved that beard as well and put him up on the big banner for everyone to see.
It's the envy of a lot of blokes, including myself.
Yes, I look at my own patchy facial hair and very envious of that. Now we've got 34 to play in the second period. Margin has just snuck out to 6 again. We've got a whistle on the play. And it might have been Wales that crossed over the back of the court.
He's absolutely trashed his wheel there.
Yeah, it looks like it's got some damage.
It's $1,000 down the drain.
Yeah.
Down the drain.
He's got a grin on his face and a laugh about it. Might not have done the sums on it yet to realise just how much damage that is.
Yeah, it's not often you see that where a wheel just completely disintegrates, but that one well and truly has. He's busted the spokes. They're carbon fibre spokes on these wheels as well, so they're designed to be able to handle some lateral kind of impact. But it looks like he's pulled the spoke heads right through the actual rim itself. So, yeah, again, that's the sort of impact that some of these players hit with.
He's pretty unlucky. He's copped some big damage to the wheel and then finds himself in the penalty box as well. You can see Jake Howe is over there. There's some discussions about whether they might be able to let Cam Wales go and fix that up and then Howe maybe check into the game when the penalty's done, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. Keep an eye on that separately, but it's 4 on 3. Shot clock off. Opportunity for Victoria to ensure they get the last score with 20 to play. Robinson gets it, slows down on the line. Still crosses with 15 to play. And Jake Howe does check into the game, so Wales stays over in the penalty box. Hard for him to go anywhere with that busted rim at the moment. But here comes Reddington with 10 to play. Over the top.
Great pass.
Knew the impact was coming, and the big pass over the top. It was brilliant. Lambert got on the end of it. Yeah, that was amazing from Reddington. Powered over the line, knew that the clock was winding down. Didn't have much time to work with, knew the impact was going to come, absorbed it and passed it excellently.
This is where we'll see hopefully a bit of a textbook play here for this 6 seconds for Protect Under. We've got Jaden Bourne rather, who's got a fantastic long pass. And what he'll be trying to do here is probably hit Stu Robinson on the move, because 5 seconds is more than enough for him to pierce that key. There you go.
Yeah, that's a play that's been practiced a few times by the look of it. Just as they drew it up, it went to Robinson. I think most people here thought Robinson was going to be on the move and trying to power his way over the line. All the attention went to him, and Warren, who'd inbounded, had cut straight to the middle of the key and found a lane. And Robinson got it there, and that was a really impressive inbound pass. Tressida couldn't quite get the handle. But that was a more competitive showing from the West Coast Enforcers through the second period. Margin stands at 7, but there were better signs and an opportunity for them to come back still in the second half. The margin at the moment, 7. It's a score of 33-26 in favour of the Victorians. We'll take a break and come back with the second half action. One of these teams is going to be going away with a bronze medal at the end of this game, so stay with us to find out who that's going to be.
At Chartercare Services, we're proud to be supporting the incredible athletes at the World Wheelchair Rugby Championship and the wider disability community across Australia. Whether it's the right mobility aid, safe transport, or an experience on the water, we make accessibility easy. Chartercare Services, proud sponsor of Possibility.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
We are back and ready for second half action with the Wheelchair Rugby Tournament here in Adelaide, South Australia. It's brought to you by Wheelchair Rugby Australia. It's being streamed through their YouTube page all over the world. We thank you for tuning in and catching these games. We've had a mix of international games, Division 1 games like we're seeing in front of us now, and Division 2 and junior games. There's been a great mix across our broadcast over the last 4 days. This is the last of our live streamed games, and it is a bronze medal match from the Division 1 of the National Championships. It's between the West Coast Enforcers that you can see on your screen and the Victoria Protect Thunder, with a score of 33-26 in favour of Victoria at this stage. My name's Jason Anderson. It's been great bringing it to you, and alongside me is Steve Porter, four-time Paralympian and former Steeler himself. Steve, the margin does look like it's going to be pretty difficult for West Coast to come back from, but a margin of 7, what do you expect to see in the second half?
I think based on what we've seen in the first half, that lineup with Stuart Robinson, Jaden Warren, you've got Will Tahini, you've got Ben Fawcett in there. That's a pretty formidable lineup, and we saw that when they subbed that lineup off for a few minutes into that second half, that West Coast Enforcers were able to claw a couple back. I think that'll probably be the tale of this game to a large extent, Jason. I think the lineups will change a little bit on the Protect Thunder side, but ultimately they know that when they bring their number one lineup back on, that they've probably got the edge. So yeah, let's see though. Strange things can happen in this game of wheelchair rugby. So. And the West Coast Enforcers certainly can turn it on, and we saw that in a few plays in that second quarter.
Yeah, I think that's right. The Victorians haven't strayed too much from this 4 that they've got on the court so far. They're coached by player coach Andrew Harrison, who, from memory, hasn't checked into this game at all so far. So stayed with a fairly core group, and in particular this 4 on the court. And when this 4 have been out there, they've looked at their most comfortable. For West Coast, they've trialled a few different lineups at different times. This is the one that probably looked the best through early periods in the second term, where they were able to cut the margin back a bit. Although they find themselves with 3 on the floor at the moment. The 4th member, Cam Wales, is in the penalty box. And that makes for an easy opportunity for Victoria, who get over the line with the 1-player advantage. Wales comes back onto the court now. He's had some repairs to the big damage that he'd had from the first half to his chair. But now the inboard comes. Polidoro with a clever little flick over the shoulder to Reddington.
Yeah, Reddington certainly got the wheels there. Bit of a hip flick on Jaden Warren just to let him know that he's probably got the edge with the speed. But
yeah, it was Reddington that initiated the contact.
That's right.
It's a little bit unusual for most sports, but in this sport happens a bit where the ball carrier actually invites that contact.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah, I think that's the best part of the game is the contact. Now the inbound pass from Howe to Polidoro. Another flick over the shoulder this time, but that one not with the same level of success as the first one. Trickles out of bounds.
Bit of a misinterpretation there, a bit of a communication breakdown, I think, between Polidoro and Reddington. Reddington went right in there. I think he was going to shave Stu Robinson off, but I think Polidoro thought he was going to be available for the pass, but that didn't happen.
Might need to work on his Portuguese, Reddington, to communicate with Polidoro a little better. Now, big inbound pass. They can't get a touch on it within 8 seconds. And it will create a turnover.
It's always going to be a little bit difficult, particularly with Stu Robinson bearing down on you, but I noticed that Zion Reddington tends to pass towards the sideline. Again, it doesn't leave a lot of room for error. What you really want is your players that are leading long to go to the sideline so you can pass more towards the centre of the court. There's just a little bit more room for error there.
And as an athlete that's still in his teens, I'm sure there's still plenty to learn for Reddington and opportunity to improve his game.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good pace from Polidoro again.
Good breaks too.
Yes, pulled up in a hurry. A look around now and the pass gets picked off. Warren was able to reach up, pluck it out of the air.
He's got such big reach, Jaden. Again, you know, I played against him a few years ago, and it's one thing you learn pretty quickly. Don't be trying to pass over or around him.
Yeah, as we cast our eye across the court, he sits up tall in the chair, and then big reach in combination with that as well allows him to get the high ball, gives him reach to pick off the passing lanes as well. And he's positioned in the centre of the key at the moment, trying to disrupt things, but well worked.
It's a bit of a bullet pass too to Polidoro. He did well to pull that one down.
And that's something where these teams that have been put together, the Enforcers, wouldn't have spent a lot of time playing together. Obviously the two imports wouldn't have been together a lot either. Getting used to each other and understanding who can take a pass like that. It was a bullet pass that Polidoro was able to handle. And Victoria, as they were trying to bring it up, spent too long in their backcourt before getting it over the halfway line. In fact, they weren't able to get it over the halfway line, and they're penalised for it. That pass again, asking a little much.
Yeah. Zion Reddington, I think when he gets a little bit fatigued, which he appears to be at the moment, just not necessarily pushing out of blocks and picks like he was earlier. Firing off some of these passes that are just a little bit difficult for some of these guys to get.
Yeah, it looks like he's played unchanged. I don't think he's had a rest throughout this game, and earlier games he's played big minutes as well, deep into the tournament. This is the last game of the tournament. A player that's flown over in the days leading up to it. Some fatigue would be a factor. A timeout is called. Players are out on the court. Adrian Walsh again giving some instructions. And you can see on our screens there. So he's giving out the instructions, and there's a member of the Brazilian support staff right in the middle of your picture, down at floor level, interpreting that, feeding that information over to Rodolfo Polidoro as well. Mentioned earlier, maybe a communication breakdown at one point, and no communication breakdown at the huddle there, as she's been courtside and ready to come on and pass those messages over whenever needed. Now we're back into it, and that man Polidoro will gather and get over halfway. Good speed on show from both athletes, and then a big hit that came from Robinson. It looks like it was tied up before that though, and a jump ball call.
There was good speed there from Jaden Warren too, and a quick hand to get that held ball. So
the held ball call almost in the end came too quickly, as Robinson came over and had an opportunity to perhaps knock Polidoro over the sideline, but instead the held ball was called, and possession area was pointing the way of West Coast, so they maintain it. They have an opportunity to inbound. Initially, the inbound finds some sets of hands and goes out of bounds, so they'll have a second opportunity now.
it's in the backcourt, which gives them a little bit more room, which is good.
Yeah, they use that, and Reddington finds a little bit of space. A hit from Robinson rather. Up airborne momentarily there, but settled back down on the court and found a passing option over the top. That's a nice long inbound. Robinson will go over the line. Reddington goes to the floor and calls out
theatre there.
Some assistance. Yeah.
Trying to convince the refs that there was a bit of a spin in that, but Jamie and Terry Vineyard been around long enough to know that there's probably nothing in that.
Yeah, I think he copped a little hit maybe from Fawcett. I think it was in the middle of the court. You mentioned earlier that Fawcett, an experienced player, and has done a lot of off-the-ball work. That one there is right on the ball as Reddington smashes into him, and he manages to hook in and stop Reddington from being able to power over. Polidoro then had it and tried to toss it over the top to Howe. Didn't work though. I'm not sure how good our microphones are at picking up, but the Brazilian support staff that I mentioned earlier is quickly up to her feet and passed on some feedback. I don't think that pass was on.
Interestingly, they made quite a few tweaks to rules, as we've talked about in a few games over the last 12 months, but one of the tweaks that they haven't made is the advantage rule. And you'll see in that situation there that it was an 8-second in the key call. Protect Thunder were well and truly on their way out of there to score, and it was called back for an inbound. So it's I think it's one of the things that we would like to see is more of a an opportunity for an advantage call.
Is that something that's been raised previously, considered previously? It's a rule that exists in quite a few sports internationally.
It does, yeah. I don't know, Jason, to be honest. So, yeah. But I think it's something that would be worth exploring.
Yeah, interesting perspective as a player yourself. But it sounds like you'd be in favour of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Now here's Fawcett. We mentioned his off-the-ball work earlier, and he gets a loud round of applause as he gets onto the end of that one. The pass was spot on for him to be able to gain control and then cross the line. Well done, Benny Fawcett.
See what Robin can do. See again, trying to pass over Jaden. It's just fraught with danger.
Yeah, is that an opportunity to maybe use some of that speed and just try and wheel out of that rather than looking for the pass, or is that a stop and go back in another direction?
It's probably a fake the pass and hopefully just give yourself enough time just to be able to get around him.
Lambert is a speedy athlete. She's a Paralympian in the Tokyo Games as a wheelchair sprinter in the women's 100 metres T34. So she is a speed athlete. Speaking of speed, that was a speedy try as the ball went long for Robinson to score. And all four of the enforcers are on your screen at the moment. Tressida will inbound to Reddington. Howe and Lambert are the other two out there for the enforcers at the moment. And Victoria are set up with some key defence again. Saw them do this a lot through the first term. There they are. Three are down in the key. Warnes up the top, putting the pressure on the ball carrier.
Yeah, no screen there, but you can certainly dish out a hit, that's for sure. I don't think I'd want to be on the receiving end of one of those.
Yeah, that was big impact, just brute force. Wound up from a distance
Take a
out.
toll on those titanium chairs.
Yes, when you mentioned earlier the cost of the wheel, you mentioned of Cam Wales, and you mentioned in the earlier game the cost of the chair, I'd be a little reluctant to smash in at that kind of velocity, but no fear from Reddington.
No, but as you said before, you know, it's one of the elements of the game that a lot of players really do enjoy.
Yeah, some impact again. Hear the clattering of wheel against wheel on a few occasions as Lambert couldn't find a way past Warne. Had Fawcett there for company as well, and time gets away from her in trying to bring it over the half court.
Again, it would have been good use of an advantage rule there. Stu Robinson was basically all but crossing the line, but it was called back.
They get there anyway and stretch a margin out to 13. It's as big as it's been in this contest. Hamilton up on one wheel. It's back down and balances. Warne tracking down. Would have been tempted to get an arm in. Warne kept going, blocked up the lane. And I think Howe has gone over the backcourt.
Yeah, good hit from Ben Fawcett there. Just to good tactical move there. Just gave Jake Howie a bit of a nudge from behind and put him over the line. So turnover.
Now here's Robinson. Again, some changes for West Coast. Wales and Polidoro back into the game. Victorians staying with the four that they've liked for the majority of this game. And this way and that way. Polidoro puts it down on the floor. That might have been just in the nick of time as well. He had possession of it for a while. And now finds his way over.
Great grab.
Yeah, ball in dispute. And two 3.5s going head to head, and it's Reddington that gets it.
He's waiting for his screen. Yeah.
Spun on a
Just
dime a few
quite
times.
got enough. Good grab.
Yeah, well done, Cam Wales. And then the offload, and then they're looking to get it over the top. Polidoro was trying to get it over the top to Howe, but couldn't. And then it's all locked up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a brutal environment to be in there with all those hands coming in from your 3.5s, especially when you're a 2.5 player sitting as low as what Polidoro is. It's I have no doubt there would have been probably 3 or 4 fouls occurred before that held ball was called, but unfortunately it didn't go that way.
Have let it go a little bit, the refs in this one. You mentioned experienced referees. Is that something that, as we get to finals, bronze medal game like this, do you prefer a contest where they let the players play a little bit and there's some physicality and some contact, or do you think it needs to be reeled in a little more?
Probably like anything, Jason, like, you know, whether it's Aussie rules, whatever sport it is, as long as it's consistent. And across both teams, obviously, but also consistently called, because if we know it's going to be like that, then you play like that.
That nearly came off. Again, the power of the throw from Reddington from deep in his own half, back on the try line, and threw the big ball over the top. Hear it pound into the floor. There's the power of the throw. And Polidoro had great speed trying to get there, but the throw was just too far out in front. We are just over a minute away from the final break in this bronze medal game. Victoria looking comfortable at this point. They are up by 15. Margin has continued to extend throughout the quarter. Robinson offloads.
Ben Fawcett.
And it was well played. It looked like Fawcett was trying to get there initially to put a block on, and then noticed an opportunity to perhaps just cut to the try line instead. Robinson fed the pass perfectly.
Great pass.
Yeah, big pass over the top from Reddington, not for the first time. There's been a few of those that haven't come off and have caused some turnovers, but there's also been a handful of them that have been spot on, and that was one of those examples. Now the shot timer has been switched off, but Victoria, with a big gap, decide they don't need to manage the clock too much at this point and take it over the line up by 16. WA, the big inbound. This is Lord Days, who's just checked into the game in the last minute or so. I don't think he's featured earlier, so great for him to get some run out there, have an opportunity, and then a stretch from Howe on the line.
You notice he flicked his front wheels up in the air there. Just that experience, because it was likely to be across the line there if he didn't do that.
Yeah, need to take possession of it in court, can't cross the line beforehand, of course. So yeah, very clever bit of play. And it's gone end to end quickly. The shot clock was switched off once we got under 40, and we've had 3 tries scored since then, and still 5.3 on the clock, and an opportunity for West Coast to still score from here. It'll be interesting what they come up with. Reddington's hovering around the half court. You can see him in your screen. Howe is closer to the key, trying to block. Lord Days cuts towards the key now as well. The inbound play doesn't work. Tried to find Reddington up close.
To be honest, I probably prefer Reddington inbound on those last second plays and just have a crack and get someone in the key, hopefully with a screen.
Yeah, we've seen his powerful throws a number of times. Here's one that can do it. Yeah, Jaden can do it. One-handed, tosses it in, and Reddington gets a hand in. It was Robinson that the pass was intended for. Reddington got a hand in, and they'll have another opportunity with 2.7 on the clock. It goes over the back. Tini was nearly able to get at the pass. Just a fraction off and out of reach. And that is 3/4 time in this game. It looks like Victoria are well on their way to collecting a bronze medal in the Division 1 competition. We will take a break and we'll find out if they can take that bronze medal once we come back.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Suncorp is giving every home in Australia a voice. Even former league champion Jonathan Thurston's place.
Who you calling former?
Hi, it's good to finally chat. A home like me is a high risk for storms.
Suncorp Haven lets you hear from your home about its weather risks and how you can help make it stronger.
I better stop putting off this yard work.
Listen to your home now. Search Suncorp Haven.
And we are back with commencement of the final quarter in this clash between the West Coast Enforcers and Victoria Protect Thunder. A bronze medal up for grabs in Division 1 of the 2025 National Championships. Victoria look like they should comfortably get it done. They've thrown a little bit of a different look out on the floor now, using a couple of their 2-pointers. And so too, West Coast having a little bit of a different mix out there. A couple of high pointers are on the floor, but Days and Wales join them. It's a 16-point margin. It does seem like it's going to be too much for the Enforcers, but let's see what kind of entertainment these two teams can put on in the final 8 minutes of play. Now there's a couple of early tries for Victoria. Here's Lambert.
As the Enforcers, I reckon I'd be looking to perhaps run a 2-2-5 lineup. Just to provide a couple of sets of hands on the court, just to see if it helps them get out of backcourt a little bit, particularly against this Protect Thunder lineup that they've got on at the moment.
Yeah, getting it out of the backcourt has been an issue for them throughout. They've failed to do it on that occasion, and a lot of times they've been relying on Reddington with a long ball to try and bail them out. And when it comes off, it looks brilliant, but it doesn't always come off, and it's created a lot of turnovers as well. More Days inbounds it, but only as far as De Cruz Rodriguez. Another of those Brazilians. We talked a lot about Polidoro, and he's featured more heavily in this game than Rodriguez has, but Rodriguez, another of the Brazilian imports, got over the line on that occasion. Now here's Lambert. Lambert is an athlete that the Steelers outfit are keeping a close eye on. She's been part of development teams and around the Steelers setup quite a bit. Inbound pass. Nice to force it. That's tapped back towards Rodriguez, and Robinson spins on the spot and then finds some space. Lambert and Robinson head to head. Robinson with just a fraction more power and speed and gets over the line.
0.5 makes a lot of difference. 3 to 3.5, that is.
Yeah, the classification's very important. Do make a big difference. Of course, 8 points allowed on the floor. There's some adjustments around that for the female players. So 1 point reduction for the female high pointers and a half point reduction for the low pointers. Now here's Kadir. He's been busy over the last few days. Been playing for Victoria. He played a game for the Buccaneers in Division 2 yesterday as well. Didn't play for them today. They were the victors in the earlier game. Division 2 contest between the ACT Buccaneers and the SA Sharks. As we see a turnover, and Kadir's going to get a hold of it again and cross the line for the second time within the space of a few seconds. Martin pushes out to 20.
You might see Reddington come off now, I think. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Yeah, he's kind of lost a bit of his zip, and I think he's a little fatigued as well. So I think this is probably not a bad move.
Yeah, so Lambert becomes the highest pointer out there for West Coast, and the play goes through her and then on to Polidoro. And Lambert nearly had a hand in on that inbound pass as well. But couldn't quite get there. Robinson was able to get to it first and then find Rodriguez. Might be able to hear through the effects mics there's some big build-up happening. There's a Division 1 gold medal game that's in progress on Court 1 at the moment, and then that will be followed by the gold medal game in the World Challenge event. And you can see in the background here that there's some players warming up. Just going off your screen, but as we progress down the court, no doubt they'll come back on again. There's the Steelers just coming into your shot in the background now, and then the Dutch on the back of your screens now. That's the contest in the gold medal game in the World Challenge event. The Dutch, of course, upset the Steelers earlier in the tournament. A surprise result, and perhaps in some ways a surprise finalist, the Dutch, making it all the way through, but looking forward to that contest. We have 5 minutes to go in this one, though. And Ash Tressida crosses the line to the encouragement of the West Coast team on the sidelines.
I reckon Ash must have had a bit more artwork done over the last, since the last time I saw him. He's certainly spent a bit of money.
He's running out of space, a little bit on that right arm, I think, but he's even need to go to the back of the neck as well. That's a sign that you're running out of space, I think. Yeah. Robinson out there as well. Got plenty of artwork on his shoulders. Lord Days is in picture with plenty on his arms too. Off to another tattooed athlete in Lambert. So there's no shortage of artwork between these players. Lambert bounced it down on the floor.
Pretty contemporary right now.
Yes. Long ball over the top. This is asking a lot of Benny Fawcett.
If anyone can do it, he can.
A little bit of contact and won't get there in time. Yeah, Polidoro was clearly worried that he would be able to get there. He was coming at a rate of knots to try and cut it off. And there's the inbound. Does well.
You can see there are a lot of fouls going on that aren't necessarily getting called, but the refs have been quite consistent. So, yeah.
You mentioned earlier that just that consistency throughout is key, and yeah, that probably has been there. You're right. There's particularly the arms. That's a good stretch from Lord A's. Does well, but yeah, particularly taking some of the arms at times hasn't been called very much at all in this game. And penalty try awarded there. I think Tressida was in quite a bit of space and was going to get over comfortably anyway, but it was Fawcett that I think got forced over the line, and penalty try awarded. There hasn't been much action over in the penalty box at all, really. Couple of instances of players being there, but yeah, this game has been let go a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of reaching going on, more so than you see. As I was, making the comment yesterday, you don't generally see it as much when you get to the higher levels of rugby, but here we have seen a lot.
Referee's just involving themselves now. been an issue off the inbounds.
Polidoro pushed over the baseline.
Yeah, good pick up, Steve. Ball comes into Robinson. Robinson looks like he's going to lead this Victorian team to a medal in these games. He's an import from Great Britain, two-time Invictus Games medalist, and he's also a Paralympic gold medalist from Tokyo. Narrowly missed out on a medal in the recent 2024 Paralympics, where his team GB faced up against our Steelers in a bronze medal game, and it was the Steelers that were successful in that one. He's going to do one better in this tournament though. Victoria are on their way to the bronze medal. They lead by 21 after that score from Polidoro, and this score 64 from the Victorians. That's a big score in a game of rugby like this.
Yeah, it is. Probably not surprising when you consider some of the personnel that they've got on their team.
Yeah, only narrowly missed out on a gold medal game appearance did the Victorians. A really close contest against, in particular, Queensland, the Cyclones outfit, which went the way of the Cyclones and sealed their fate as getting through to the final. But that game could have gone either way, and Victoria could have easily found themselves in a gold medal game.
Yep.
And it probably always appeared on paper that there was 3 teams in Division 1 that were going to be most likely to take it out. New South Wales competing at the moment, they're going for 5 in a row, so you always be confident that they're going to be around the mark. Queensland finished second last year and came back with a strong squad again this year, and then the Victorian outfit that has done very well in this game, and it was always going to be those 3 that were most likely to get through to the gold medal game and then also most likely to take out the medals. It's going to pan out that way. What's unsure at the moment is who's going to take gold and silver, but we know the result in this one with under 2 minutes to play. Here's Laudays on an inbound. Little 1-2 play doesn't come off though. It gets tossed behind Laudays and he couldn't get there. Play comes in. Here's Robinson. Play still going in fiercely. There's nice contact on the line. Lambert going at it. Looks like she'll play out the rest of this term as the high pointer for the Enforcers. Mentioned that Reddington came off and was looking pretty fatigued. International import. I think he'll stay off. There's a good hand in from Fawcett. That's impressive defensive play. Won't turn into a score though, as Polidoro picks one off at the other end. And then turns defense into offense to score.
Yeah, it can be a little demoralising when you're playing against players of the likes of Stu Robertson, who just have just functionally so much, they're so superior. Particularly when you're a midpoint, spinal athlete, it can be a little bit hard to keep your energy up and your enthusiasm up for the game, I have to say. But they just have such ability to be able to shut you down. It makes it difficult to keep going sometimes.
And it would particularly stand out at a point in the game like this where, well, first of all, there's little to play for in the final minute or two, but also he is the lone 3.5 on the floor. The next closest classification is Lambert with the 3-point classification for West Coast. So there's a clear gap between him and I guess everyone else out on the court in terms of that function. Now we have 40 to play. Shot clock and game clock matching at this point, only briefly, as the shot clock will get switched off now with 34.4, and foul called on that one, so shot clock resets and will be switched off as Victoria get an opportunity, and there's that ability on display that we were just speaking of, Robinson being able to force his way over. Inbound pass to Laudays. He sees some clear court in front of him, takes it over the half court, bounces it down, goes the fake pass. That's a clever bit of play. Some of the intensity probably gone out of the defence as well. Robinson has a laugh. Knows that he got a little bit caught out on that fake. Smart bit of play. Victorians have hit 70. Big score. Here comes Robinson, crosses over the half. We're under 10 seconds to play. And he knows that, decides to use every one of those seconds and crosses with 0.4 on the clock. So that will be the last play of the day. As the clock comes down to 0, and it is Victoria who can celebrate this victory. A talented lineup. Might have had higher ambitions when they entered the tournament, but nonetheless, they do leave with a medal around their necks. They'll take out bronze in Division 1. A comfortable victory in this bronze medal game, up 71-46 against the Enforcers. Steve, I'll get your final thoughts on this one before we wrap things up from the Netball SA Stadium in Adelaide. What did you think of that one, Steve?
Look, it was great work, pretty much textbook, I think, by the Protect Victoria, Protect Thunder. I think that, having Stu Robinson come across last year as well for this tournament and play for them, I think also was advantageous for them. They know how to play together, and they got the result. Having said that, the Enforcers certainly put up a good show early, but yeah, they were up against it. I think if we cut to the chase. So yeah, but no, it was a good game.
Yeah, we were hopeful of an upset, or maybe the Enforcers being able to stay with them for a little longer. We saw what I think we both considered was probably an upset in the earlier game. So I thought maybe something could happen in this one, but it wasn't to be. Victoria were really strong and successful in the end. And it does draw a close to our live stream event here from Adelaide. We've been at the 2025 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It has been a new event on the global wheelchair rugby calendar with the addition of the World Challenge this year. The Steelers will be up later and available through KO and Foxtel for the Australian viewers. I'm looking forward to that clash against the Netherlands. Right now on that telecast you can catch the Division 1 gold medal game, which is sure to be a great game as well. So we encourage you to flick across to that if you can. We thank you very much for your company. My name's been Jason Anderson. I've had Steve Porter alongside of me, and Ben Eisenhuth has been part of the coverage over the last 4 days as well. Thank you for your company. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we hope to see you again next year when this event is back in Adelaide again. Thanks and goodbye.